from the Lake Point Sports Complex in Metro Atlanta. It's Championship Sunday for travel baseball. Today, it's the 2020 11U Travelball Select National Championships. Stars Future from Northern Virginia takes on Banditos Black from the state of Texas. And hello again, everybody. Thanks for joining us right back here on Facebook Live via Travelball Select. Once again, another national championship on Facebook Live. Here with the play-by-play story, I'm Chris Mooneyham. We'll be joined by the National Director of Travelball Select a little bit later. Rick Goff will join us. He'll join us in and out of the broadcast. Now, look, he's running things out here. What do you expect? So he's a busy guy. He will join us throughout the broadcast today. Mike Colangelo leading the starting lineup for the men from Northern Virginia. Stars Futures won a ball game here not so long ago to get into this championship. And so here they are in their red-clad uniforms, their white bottoms, ready to get us underway with Jared Grindlinger, Nico Moritz, and Juan Rivera. That your guaranteed three for the boys from Northern Virginia. Banditos Black out of the winner's bracket. The men from Texas in white and black. First pitch is shot into center field for a base hit. Jared Grindlinger begins our ball game with a solid lash into center field. Banditos Black from Texas in the field. Will look like this defensively in the outfield from left to right. It's Clayton, Smith, and Gafford. Again, left to right, it's Clayton, Smith, and Gafford. On the infield from third to first, McKnight, Cajal, Hernandez, and Holiday. Bunt attempt. And a good one at that. Third baseman fields and throws. Good play by McKnight at third. Cajal's at short. Hernandez at second. Holiday at first. Taylor behind the plate, receiving the offerings from Usry. Jake Usry, to be precise. 5 in white and black. Now in a situation with one man out very quickly in this first inning. 3 pitches into this ball game, Usry going to have to work out of a situation where a man is in scoring position. So Nico Moritz came away with the sacrifice bunt. Retired 5-3, and here's Juan Rivera, the catcher. Started with a strike. Jose Rodriguez Dubront is on deck. The third baseman, the cleanup man. Chase Colangelo is the second baseman hitting fifth. Tegan Leach is the extra hitter hitting sixth. Chase Fuller, the pitcher. Isaac Vidal, the first baseman. Zach Tavares, the shortstop. And then finally, 10 men batting in the lineup. The left fielder hitting 10th is Luke Gladchuk. .42 is leadoff second. 5 set at the belt. And deals to 44, who's called out with a strike 3 on the outside corner. Rivera caught looking. First strikeout of the afternoon, or the evening if you prefer. We're about there for Usry. Just before 5 o'clock here Eastern Time in Metro Atlanta. Let's take another look at that called strike 3 a moment ago. Now we actually have the next pitch coming up, which ends up being ball 1 to Jose Rodriguez Dubront. We'll dive into the pool play story for both of these teams as we make our way through the broadcast. We'll talk about their championship bracket play as well. Stars Futures from Virginia, Northern Virginia, finished at 3-1 inside of pool play. Outscored their opponents 22-8 in the opening days of this week in Emerson, Georgia. 3-1 in pool play, 22-8 they outscored their opponents. That 3-1 mark with a high-level run differential earned them a number 3 seed of the 10 teams who made the 10-team double elimination championship bracket. Chopper, deep short. Oh, great play by the shortstop. Across the diamond, one hop. Oh, my goodness. McKnight to Holiday. And a tremendous couple of plays defensively by those two young men. Keep us in a scoreless ball game. On the short hop here, stop, full body throw, and then a one-hop dig out by Holiday at first. No score through a half inning in Metro Atlanta. Banditos Black will get their shot at the plate now, bottom half of the first inning. Here's how they'll line up under head coach Corey Gafford. It's Cajal, Hernandez, and Soria, Smith, Holiday, Gafford, Clayton, Taylor, Usry, and McKnight. They'll go with 10 men in their lineup, just as the Northern Virginia club will do. They'll face Chase Fuller on the mound for the men from Northern Virginia, the state that's for lovers. Big kid is Fuller, for his age anyway. Remember, we're talking about 11-year-olds here. Big kid, throws hard. So I was giving you the road of the weekly bio for Stars Futures from Virginia. Told you that they were very good in pool play, 3-1, outscored their opponents by a hefty margin, earned the number 3 seed into the 10-team championship tournament, won their opening round game against a Missouri club called Central Storm 6-2, then beat a really good Georgia club, Dingers Athletics, beat them 9-0. That was a 2-3 matchup. That's a big ball game to get a win in. And that sent them into the quote-unquote championship game of the winners bracket. And that ball game was a classic here early this morning. A ball game that Banditos Black won 9-8. So this is not the first time these two teams have met today. Stars Futures, after that loss, this one ripped into right field for a base hit. Colson Cajal has started the ball game for Texas with a base hit, much as Jared Grindlinger did the same for Virginia. Here's Alex Hernandez, the second baseman, with a man on the base paths now. So Stars Futures lost the 10:30 a.m. ball game here today to Banditos Black, forced into the losers bracket, and they won a blowout, 11-3. to get into this championship game. Stars Futures has outscored their opponents in bracketed play 34-14 by 20 full runs. Off the corner. That's 56-22. The Virginians have outscored their opponents this week through both pull play and bracketed play. That one going to get through the catcher. Come ricocheting right back to him, but not before. Cajal is able to use his fine speed and get down to the second base bag. Rivera not moving spryly enough behind the plate there. That was a ball he would have been a tough play, but a ball he could have stopped. Went for the backhand as opposed to trying to get his body in motion and slide over on top of it. So a runner now in scoring position. Get you the defensive lineup for Stars Futures. With Gladchuck in left, Grindlinger in center, Moritz in right. That's Gladchuck, Grindlinger, and Moritz from left to right. It's Rodriguez, Dubront, Tavares, Colangelo, and Vidal on the infield from third to first. Rodriguez, Dubront, Tavares, Colangelo, and Vidal. And then Rivera behind the plate receiving the pill from Fuller. 11U classification. So we're scheduled for 6 innings in this national championship game. Good battle here between Hernandez and Fuller. On the ground, right back to him. He's going to go to third. They'll lay the tag down just in time. Oh, my, what another dandy defensive play we're seeing out of these two teams. Great play by Chase Fuller to stab that baseball and then whirl around and fire to the third baseman, who did make the catch and get the tag down on top of Cajal. A tremendous play by Fuller and by Rodriguez Dubront. So Hernandez hits into a fielder's choice, is how he reaches. It goes 1-5, erasing Cajal off the base paths. Hernandez, obviously at the first base bag now, with one man out, and Francisco Soria, the extra hitter at the plate. Runner breaking, and he's got it stolen. There were 5 or 6 teams who were really head and shoulders above the rest. Pretty much 5 teams that were kind of head and shoulders above the rest here this week. And again, we've got the number 1 versus number 3 team. Deep drive to left. That ball soaring out of play. 2-0. Banditos black. Francisco Soria. I mentioned just a pitch ago, he's in as the extra hitter without a field position in this ball game, and, well, now you see why. 34 really gets into one. Here's another look. That ball cleared the fence by a good 15 feet. Mercy. C.J. Smith, the batter now. Speedy center fielder lashes one over the extended glove of the second baseman and into right field for a base hit. Oh, that ball gets away. Smith to second, and the throw not in time. And a little to the inside of the second base bag as well. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Speed kills, doesn't it? Smith with the single. Now Shea Holiday. There's a good look at Shea. Holiday, the man that made that tremendous dig out defensively at first. In the first here. Wild pitch. He was thinking about coming to the plate. C.J. Smith, a dangerous, dangerous base runner. He will be absolutely disruptive in this affair. Another fastball that stays high. Fuller kicks and fires. Fastball in for a strike. And now he's into the at-bat at 3-1. Single, fielder's choice, 2-run homer, single. That's your bottom half of the first inning for Texas. Back into the screen. So we spent the last inning talking about Stars futures and getting their bios set up for this ball game. Swing and a miss. Holiday gone on the strike, on swinging strikes. 2 men gone now for Gafford. Let's wrap up the storyline on Stars futures. They need a win here to force a winner-take-all national championship game. Banditos wins this ball game, and they're the national champions because they're coming out of the winner's bracket. But Virginia needs this win to force another ball game. For those of you not familiar with the way this thing works, it's double elimination. That means you're alive in the tournament until you lose twice. As I mentioned, Stars futures lost to Banditos Black in this tournament this morning. Wild pitch. Smith to the plate, and he scores. Smith was off as soon as that pitch, and I mean as soon as it bounced. Not just away from Rivera, but almost as though on any bounce he was going to force Rivera to make a play. Gafford now with the bases clean and 2 men out. Center field, base hit. Stars futures from Northern Virginia in the red base uniforms. Man alive, I love those socks, Chase. Holy smokes, those are great. Why am I just noticing that? Oh, they're going to take the ball away from him. That's too bad. He's disappointed. Coach tells him to stay out there. He had a little word for him before he walked off. You can understand his disappointment. Stars futures needs a win here in this ball game to then force a winner-take-all. We'll take a quick break, find out who the new hurler is for Northern Virginia, and tell you about him right after this. So the pitching change has been made, and Isaac Vidal, the right-hander, has climbed the hill for the boys from Northern Virginia. Book not yet closed, of course, on Fuller, as the man on first base belongs to him. Cash Clayton is at the plate now, number 36, the left fielder for Texas. And now he's staring down the barrel of a 1-1 count. Fuller went out to shortstop. I believe they brought Tavares over to first. We're still trying to verify that. I'll beg your pardon. We'll have it for you here in just a moment. Book, of course, as I mentioned, still open on Fuller. But I'll give you the number as of right now. An inning and 2/3. Faced 6 batters. Gave up 4 hits, 2 runs, both earned. Had 3 wild pitches. No walks and a strikeout. That one a pass ball this time. And now Gafford able to make his way down to the second base bag. Well, I wonder if Rivera is hurt back there because he's laboring. His body, his demeanor's not great. He's either ultra frustrated. Well, I don't suppose it has to be either or. He could be both. Really frustrated, and maybe he's banged up too. Maybe he's disappointed by this start as well, but his body language is not great right now. 3-1 bounces up there. Clayton going to reach the first base bag, of course, on ball 4, but what matters more than that is that Gafford is now at the third base bag, 70 feet away from the plate. Playing on 50 and 70 today. Those of you who know the game know what I mean by that, but for those of you that are new to it perhaps, 50 feet from mound to plate. That's the distance from the pitcher to the plate, 50 feet. And then 70 feet between the base pads, 50-70. Runner breaking from the first base bag, and the hole is going to be found. Banditos black, add another run to the tally. Runners at the corners. Once again with 2 men out. Corey Taylor, the catcher, comes away with an RBI single. Runner was breaking. Second baseman shading over towards that second base with the runner moving. He wasn't responsible for the cover. The shortstop was. Don't believe he would have been able to make that play even if he had never shaded over towards the second base bag. Now Jake Ussery. Ussery, the starting man on the mound for the Texans. Runner going once more. This one hops up there. Here comes a potential play at the plate. No, sir. Now down to third, and he will be out. That run will score. The run will count at the plate. It'll be a 5th run of the inning. Ussery will be at the at the plate to start the second inning. Boy, oh boy, does speed kill. And it certainly did in that inning. 5 in the frame. Texas out to a big early lead. 6 men to the plate for Texas in the bottom half of the first inning. Or I suppose if you want to be precise, 7 men. I'm sorry, to the base pads. Let me make sure I get it right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 men reach the base pads in the bottom half of the first inning for Texas. 5 of them come across the plate. 8 men come to the plate in the inning, to be precise. Of course, the last man who was up will also come to the plate in the second inning as the final out was made on an aggression play at third. So 5 in that inning. Ground ball down to first. Holiday, easy play. So Fuller for Stars Futures does end up giving up 3 runs, all earned in an inning and 2/3. Faced 6 batters, 1 strikeout, no walks, 4 hits. Chase Colangelo was retired just a moment ago on that ground ball. This one fly down the left field line and foul. 5, 6, and 7 in the Virginia lineup. After Colangelo grounded out, the second baseman, this is Tegan Leach. Tegan, a left-handed hitter with a potential for power. No. Oh, boy. Fly ball, left center field, pretty well hit and deep. Moving back on it, it's going to one-hop the wall. This might be the last play of this ball game before we have ourselves a lightning break. It's going to be Tegan Leach with a long single. A great play in center field by Smith to hold Leach to a single. And now the umpiring crew is coming out to give the word from the big box here to the field umpires that we are under a lightning delay. Of course. Of course we're in a lightning delay. I'm going to go to sleep now, and you all wake me up in 2021. "30 minutes, I believe, is still the rule. 30 minutes within 10 miles is what the rule has been for years and years, and that I'm being told that is still the rule. So 30 minutes we'll have to wait between any lightning strike that is within 10 miles of the stadium. I joke about the delay because we've been here for a long time today, and this week has been a long one weather-wise here in Atlanta. But, of course, we absolutely want to take the break if there is any inclement weather in the area, especially lightning. I mean, we're out in the middle of fields here with metal bats and metal rafters and so on and so forth. So what we'll do is we'll take the break here with you on Facebook and with the kids as well on Facebook Live. Lightning strike just a couple of moments ago. We'll have a 30-minute break from each lightning strike. Now, what that means is we could go 28 minutes without any more lightning within a 10-mile radius. And then if we have lightning 28 minutes from now, in other words, 2 minutes before it expires, we'll have to reset the clock and wait 30 more minutes. And now, just as I say that, we're hearing thunder off in the distance. Look, this is August weather in Metro Atlanta. That's just the way it goes. And especially if you know this area, up this I-75 corridor in northwest Georgia, coming up I-75 into the mountains, we get this type of weather a lot that'll just spring up out of nowhere. So we'll take the break with you here on Facebook Live. You're watching the 2020 Travelball Select 11U National Championship game, where right now Texas leads Virginia on Facebook Live. Back at the complex here, Lake Point Complex in Emerson, Georgia, Metro Atlanta the site, for the 2020 Travel Ball Select 11U National Championship. Lightning has moved out of the area. I don't know why I just said that. Now I've jinxed everything. Good night. Banditos black and Stars Futures. Texas versus Virginia. Back for the top half of the second inning of this national championship game. The first of two if Virginia comes away with the win this evening. Or maybe it'll just be the single national championship game itself if Texas can come away with the victory. As you see on your screen, a 5-0 ball game here into the top half of the second inning. Stars Futures started our ball game with a solid single in the first inning. Got a sacrifice bunt moving the runner along, but could do no more with it in that first inning. Bottom half of the first inning for Banditos Black, very, very productive, of course. The 5-run inning, had 6 hits, had more guys reach in the inning. The big blow, a 2-run home run from Francisco Soria, the extra hitter in the ball game. Took a fastball right in on his hands. He was able to pull his hands in and the bat of the barrel and drive it over the fence in left field. That just made it 2-0. They continued to produce in the inning and again ended up with 5 runs in the bottom half of the first inning. And, of course, when last we saw you, Stars Futures, the number 3 seed here in bracketed play, the team based out of Northern Virginia, started the second inning with a ground out and then a single, and that's where we left things as Tegan Leach was standing at the first base bag with a very long single. It was nearly a solo home run to get Northern Virginia on the board, but that's where we stand with a runner at first base. 1 man gone, top half of the second inning. And Stars Futures from Northern Virginia at the plate in the second inning, trailing Banditos Black and Corey Gafford from the state of Texas. This is a matchup between the number 1 seed Banditos Black from Texas and the number 3 seed in Stars Futures. Number 1 versus number 3 after pool play. Futures 22-8 in pool play, finished with a 3-1 record. So far through bracketed play, championship bracketed play, outscored their opponents 34-14, so 56-22 overall for Futures. 3-1 in bracketed play. Just pulling these numbers together as we speak. So Futures 6-2 overall record, counting group, pool play, and bracketed play. Banditos Black from the state of Texas, a 7-0 mark through pool play and bracketed play. They were 4-0 inside of group play, pool play. Outscored opponents 30-5. 4-0 mark inside of pool play, and that earned them the number 1 seed. And thereby they have outscored opponents 53-24 in this tournament. So you see these two teams separated by the slimmest of margins. This is not the first time that they have met this week. They, in fact, met earlier today. A 9-8 Texas win over Virginia in the quote-unquote winners bracket championship game. Chase Fuller will be at the plate when we resume play. Again, 1 man out in the inning. Isaac Vidal will follow Zach Tavares if we get that far. It's been a high-powered offensive team for Stars Future from Northern Virginia. They're going to have to get on it if they're going to come back in this ball game. You fall down 5-0 to some opponents, no problem, even this early. But even this early, you fall down 5-0 to this Texas team from Banditos black team from Texas. You're going to have your work cut out for you. These are two of the great programs across the country. Still just in the warm-up phase for these young men. Give them a chance to warm up if you're just tuning in. We had ourselves a lengthy lightning delay here in Metro Atlanta. We're broadcasting live from Lake Point Sports Complex in Metro Atlanta. Lake Point Sports, the premier youth sports destination in the country, where the top baseball players from around America come to play on their 8 all-turf, Major League-sized baseball fields with state-of-the-art live streaming and video on-demand technology. Learn more about this beautiful 1,300-acre campus at lakepointsports.com. And fans, don't forget, all games here at Lake Point available for streaming on any device via Lake Point Live. Powered by PlaySite, the state-of-the-art live streaming and video on-demand service. Lake Point Live makes viewing the baseball players and games easier for coaches, scouts, and all fans. We thank you all for joining us on Facebook Live through the Travelball Select webpage there on Facebook. We'll take ourselves another little audio break. While the kids are warming up, we'll get back to action here shortly. And on the mound for Texas, he's ready to face Chase Fuller. Fuller started the ball game on the mound for Virginia, Northern Virginia to be precise. Was knocked out of the ball game after giving up 3 of the 5 runs which were scored in the first frame. Isaac Vidal is the new hurler. So you wonder what this will do for the momentum. Jake Usry came out in the first, gave up a leadoff hit, worked around it, sacrifice bunt, backward strikeout, ground out to shortstop, not much doing. His team comes out, bottom of the first, gets him 5 runs, so he has to sit around for a little while. Then he gets back out here for the second inning, gets a ground ball to start things. It was a hard hit ground ball down to the first baseman, and then gives up a single that nearly goes out of the park. Now Fuller to left, kind of got out in front of that one a little bit and hooked it to the left fielder for out number 2. In other words, the reason I bring it up, Jake Usry's done a whole lot of sitting over the last, hour and a half or so. So we'll see if it affects him. The kids were running about, trying to stay warm as much as they could. Keep their muscles warm, in other words, but not easy with the rain and the lightning that was around the park. Here is Isaac Vidal. Started the game at first base. Now he's on the mound for the Stars. Gave up the last 2 of the 5 runs in the first frame. First at bat is lined into left field for a base hit. Got through the left fielder. And Teague makes his way over. Leach makes his way over to the third base bag. Vidal with a single. And I hate to do it, but he'll reach second base on an E7. That's a single for Vidal, and he'll reach second base on an error by the left fielder. The left fielder comes up with that cleanly. Vidal never makes it to second base. So a couple of hits in the inning. Now 2 men out, 2 men on, both of whom are in scoring position for Zach Tavares. Tavares, the shortstop, tried to check a swing and could not. Quickly an 0-2 count. Left field, may fall, does for a base hit. 5-1 ball game at the corners with 2 men out. RBI hit, Zach Tavares. What did Usry throw him? Oh, looks like a fastball. Yep. Looked like a fastball from the behind plate on high angle. "5-1 now. Very big to scrape across the run after giving up 5. But I'll tell you what, and any coach would tell you the same, man alive, if you could just get one more. If you could somehow find a way to get that runner from third. The 70 feet you need to get him home, that would be big. Luke Gladchuk charged with the cause. And he hits a little cue shot off the end of the bat, falling into left field for a base hit. A great swing there by Gladchuk. Just to go the other way with it and pop it into left field for a base hit. May have been a little out in front of it, but he stayed back just far enough to deliver a big, big hit for Northern Virginia. That'll bring Corey Gafford out onto the field to have a conversation with his young men. Six innings for the national title. Now back to the top of the order, and Jared Grindlinger. Grindlinger's second at-bat of the ball game, obviously, is the leadoff man in 2 innings. Boy, he showed a keen eye there, didn't he? Taking that fastball off the outside corner. That was a good pitch. You even saw the catcher kind of shrug and throw his hands up towards his pitching coach over in the dugout. I think it was the right call by the home plate umpire, but it was close. It was a very good pitch. You can make a good pitch and it not be called a strike. Grindlinger started our ball game with a base hit. He was stranded. Kick and fire. Popped him up. Usry, no play. This will be tough, and it kicks away from the shortstop, and the bases are loaded. How about that funny bounce? Now, turf field, folks. Turf field. Although not spongy, you still don't get the same sort of bounces. That was a little duck snort that came off the end of the bat, just the same. And that one is ripped foul by Moritz. It came off the end of the bat, had a funny spin on it. And you knew it was trouble when you saw it was going to land out there in that triangle. So this is a massive moment in this ball game. Moritz is hit, forcing in a run and bringing us to a 5-2 ball game. Well, you talk about getting through an inning on just the skin of your teeth here. There were 2 men out and just 1 man on the base pads. And now here's Juan Rivera. Rivera was caught looking on strikes as the second out of the first inning. And he takes a hook for a strike. Ninth man to bat in the inning. Takes another strike, same pitch. Rivera no fan of that call. Loaded with 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Off the corner. 5-3 ball game. I think I said 5-2 a moment ago. Of course, I meant 5-3. 2-run ball game, if I misspoke. Now you got Taylor going out to have a conversation with Usry. Base hit from a tie ball game. Everybody off on contact with 2 men out, of course. Back deep on the infield. Sweeps outside. What a tremendous backhanded stop by Taylor behind the plate. Usry to Rivera. Roddy at the dish, Roddy on the mound, kick and fire. Ground ball down to third. Pick it up, race to the bag, in time for the 3rd out of the inning. But not before a couple of RBI singles. A big error in the inning as well. In fact, 5 hits in the inning to go along with an RBI on an HBP. Now a brand new ball game. 3 runs in the top half of the second inning for Northern Virginia. Just what the doctor ordered for Stars Futures. Mike Colangelo's squad. 3 big runs when they needed them in the worst way to get back in this ball game after the Banditos Black from Texas scored 5 in the bottom of the first. Come back and get a good crooked number and you feel really good about yourself. So a different type approach for Isaac Vidal in some ways. Number 24 on the mound for the boys in red and white. Got those old school numbers there, the old school Toronto numbers. Kick and fire. Swing and a miss. Jake Usry, the pitcher. First at bat of the ball game in the 9-hole. Jackson McKnight, the third baseman, is the 10th place hitter. Then back to the top of the order in Colson Cajal. Swing and a miss. 10 batters for each team. Something that may seem a little strange to some of you if you've never watched travel ball before. Each team can bat 9, 10, or their entire roster. Nothing in between. 9 batters or 10 batters. A lot of teams want to use an extra hitter or your entire roster. You don't oftentimes see teams bat their entire rosters. It's almost always 9 or 10 players. Then you hold back a couple of guys, pinch hitting or so. Really, that rule's more in place for teams that only have 9 or 10 players. 10 or 11 maybe. Ground ball at third and past a diving third baseman, Rodriguez Dubront. And the leadoff man aboard here in the second inning, Jake Usry with good speed. Usry was at the plate when a runner was cut down on the base paths, you may remember. Or maybe you don't remember, because that I think was an hour and a half ago. With the weather delay that we just had. Jackson McKnight, the third baseman to the plate. Right-hand hitter. Waving the wand. Hands go quiet right when the bat comes to him, or the ball comes to him. Ahead in the count. Fastball outside. Five hits in the first inning for Texas to go along with a walk. One of the hits, a home run in that inning. That's how they got the 5 runs. Banditos, I mean. 5 hits in the second inning. The very next half inning for Stars Futures from Northern Virginia. They too with 5 hits in their run-producing inning. And while Texas had a walk in that inning to go along with their hits, Northern Virginia had a hit by pitch to go along with their 5 hits. Both of which were integral, so important to the run-producing innings. Stolen base for Usry, and a close play at that. I'll tell you what, I thought he was going to slide off that bag. I'll also tell you, I'm not so sure that's Usry. Did we miss a courtesy runner? We'll get the number here for you in just a moment. Yeah, it's number 9. That is not Usry. I beg your pardon. They slipped the young man in under us, didn't they? Off the corner. So McKnight has earned himself a base on balls. Chase Colangelo started the ball game at second base for the men from Northern Virginia, Stars Futures. And he has now climbed the hill. His team in a bit of a jam here. Nobody out. Bottom of the third. Just put 3 runs on the board in the bottom half of the second inning. I believe I said bottom half of the third. We're in the bottom half of the second inning. Single by Usry. He was able to steal second. McKnight worked the walk, and he's down at first. So 2 men on and nobody out. And back to the top of the order, and Colson Cahall. Cahal's second at-bat of the ball game already. He singled in the first and came around to score the first run of the affair ahead of the 2-run homer from Francisco Soria. Righty Colangelo to the lefty Cahall. That one just missed. Courtesy runner out at second base, by the way. John L. Rodriguez. I promised you we'd get the name and number on him. Some of these rosters not matching from online to paper copy. So we'll beg your pardon for that. A little bit of information missed in translation. Lined off the glove of the pitcher, kept from moving into center field, and they do get the force at second base. Oh, my goodness. Well, I almost had that as an afterthought. I thought McKnight was going to make it easily, but a great job of getting over quickly by the fielder to get the force. Let's watch and see just how close this was. Pitcher gets a piece. Colangelo certainly got a piece of that, and that kept it from getting into center field for a run-scoring hit. There it is. So as you score it, on the fielder's choice, you put the 1 on top of it first, and then the second baseman is able to field that ball and come in and put down the force. So Cahall hits into a 1-4 force, or fielder's choice if you prefer. Usry, or rather Rodriguez, the courtesy runner, moves down to third base. McKnight is erased off the base pads, and Cahall takes his place, who is now trying to steal second base, and he's doing it successfully. The ball goes flying into center field. Rodriguez, paying attention at third base, comes home and scores. Now a 6-3 ball game. Airmailed it. Yep. I'll tell you what else. Not sure who was supposed to be covering the bag. Nobody was on top of the bag. A little bit of miscommunication there as well. If you're the covering man, you've got to be on top of that bag before the throw gets down there. So a run across in the second inning, I beg your pardon. 6-3. Alex Hernandez. Cahall just hit into a 1-4 force. And ironically, or coincidentally, Hernandez, the last time he was up, did the same thing. Well, he hit into a 1-5. This time, he draws a 4-pitch walk, and that's the last thing you want if you're Mike Colangelo's squad. And Corey Gafford's team now has a real prime spot in this ball game. You put up 2 or 3 more runs in this inning, as you've got one of your big boppers at the plate. The big kid Francisco Soria steps in, the extra hitter. Already with a 2-run homer, this kid's got some real pop. And from what I've been told, he also has a pretty keen eye. So he doesn't get up there and he's just free swinging for the fences. He has a pretty good eye from what I'm told, and if you watch him long enough, you'll see him go to the opposite way as well. We'll see what we get here. He's up in the box. I noticed that immediately. That one bounces up there. He'll have a chance at 2 RBI when the next pitch is delivered to him as both men move up 70 feet. We spent a lot of time in the other ball games here today. Remember, this is our 3rd national championship ball game. Broadcast on Facebook Live today. We've already decided the national champs in 10U and played a game inside of the 12U classification. They're finishing up the national title over on field 13 as we speak. Well, how about that? They're going to intentionally walk Soria. How about that level of respect? Mike Colangelo and his squad issues the intentional walk to Soria to load him up. That sets up the force at every base, of course, so not a terrible play. Here's C.J. Smith. The only problem is Smith has incredible speed. They come to the plate, not in time. Oh, you got the ground ball that you wanted. But the play at the play was just a shade too late. We may end up with a bit of a challenge here. Smith with tremendous speed. Hit a little nubber there to the third baseman. We'll take another look. This will be scored an infield. Smith reaching on a fielder's choice. And by my eye, that's absolutely the right call. He should be safe, and if they decide to challenge, they're going to lose this one. So we'll wait until it's official if they do challenge, but for now it's a 7-3 ball game, and it should remain a 7-3 ball game. And this is very, very big. We spent a lot of time today. This is where I was going with that point a moment ago. You all have not heard this conversation from Rick Goff or myself today, but this is the 3rd game of the day that we've called here on Facebook Live. Momentum is absolutely measurable here in youth sports, in travel baseball and youth baseball. And there is no doubt that Northern Virginia had seized some momentum with their 3-run second inning to get back to within 5-3. Now you've got a case where momentum is absolutely flipping as 2 runs have come across here in the bottom half of the second inning. And all of a sudden, a 2-run game's been pushed back out to 4. Call's going to stand as the umpire walked out of the press box here in just a moment. He was standing right next to me, checking out the monitor here on our broadcasting perch. The call will be safe. It will stand. The bases will remain loaded. It is 7-3 with 1 man out. So you've got Hernandez at third, it's Soria at second, and C.J. Smith at first. Again, Smith reaches on the fielder's choice as opposed to an infield single. And now Colangelo's first dealing an off-speed offering to Shea Holiday. Holiday, a strikeout victim, his first time up. That was just last inning. That's how good Texas's offense has been so far. Holiday's the 5th place hitter, and he and everybody above him have 2 at-bats already. 15th man to bat for Texas with one man out in the second inning. One, two. Colangelo finds a sign that he likes and brings home the 1-2. Off speed and foul right side. I love watching the kids scramble off the field on the concourse where they're playing wall ball or tossing with each other, and then they look up with every crack of a bat to see if there's a foul ball headed their way. And then on that instance, 3 or 4 kids along the side, the right field side, saw that there was in fact a ball headed that way, and they go scrambling after it. I love that scene. Kick and fire. Ground ball at third. Tricky hop, eats up the third baseman, fielded it short, and just keep it on the infield. Stick that one in your back pocket and play for another pitch. 8-4. 8-3, I beg your pardon. 8-3. Well, I suppose you have to call that an E5. I hate that. I hate that for Rodriguez Dubront, but that's baseball, isn't it? That was such a tricky hop. The baseball book says that he either has to come up on that ball or play it back a little further. I don't think I could have made that play, but that's just the way it goes. So E5, bases stay loaded, one man out. Off the corner, Caleb Gafford at the plate now. Caleb with a single in the first and his only other plate appearance. A couple more runs here, and we'll have to break out the conversation we never want to talk about, and that's run rules, mercy rules. Colangelo's set from the stretch, and the 2-0. Fastball that stayed high and skirted over the helmet of the diminutive Caleb Gafford. Gafford, the right fielder for Banditos Black. The state of Texas. One of about 4, 5, 6, maybe even more highly touted youth baseball leagues or teams. And he lost him, forcing in another run. A 9-3 ball game now. 5 in the first, 4 in the second for Texas. You get to see one of the big storylines we always talk about when it comes to travel baseball at the end of these long weeks, these championship brackets, pitching depth. We'll talk more about it when we come back. Top half of the third inning. Fastball stays high from Ussery. Well, an offensive explosion for Texas here through the first 2 innings of this national championship game. Again, for those of you who may be tuning in late on a Sunday evening, thanks for joining us, no matter how or where you may be joining us from across the country today. Lashed down the left field line. That ball is foul on one hop, piercing the fence for a noisy strike number 1. That ball was absolutely smoked by Jose Rodriguez Dubront. Chase Colangelo to follow. And Tegan Leach rounds down your scheduled 3 in the inning. Texas, Banditos black and white and black, win this ball game, and they're the national champs. Here's a fly ball into center field. 1 man gone. Rodriguez Dubront 0 for 2 now with a ground out and a fly out. Here's Chase Colangelo 0 for 1 as well. He grounded out to the first base but unassisted to start the second inning. Yeah, Banditos black from the state of Texas coming out of the winner's bracket. They have yet to lose here this week at, what are they, 7-0? Let me check my notes here. Indeed, 7-0. They've outscored their opponents 63 to 32. That's a fair ball down the left field line. So Colangelo digging for the second base bag. Relay throw will not be made. And a 1-out double might just be the kindling for the fire that could start things for Northern Virginia. Down by 7. They'll need to really get it rolling here. Tegan Leach. Leach hit a ball. Now the last play, as a matter of fact, before our weather delay. If you've just tuned in and you're not aware, we had ourselves a lengthy lightning delay here in Metro Atlanta. Leach was up in the second inning and hit a deep drive that kicked off of the fence, was nearly a home run. I don't know, maybe 3 feet it missed by getting out of here. And I think Tegan thought it was gone as well. Didn't bust his hump out of the box, and the center fielder made a tremendous play of recovering the ball as it was laying down there at the base of the fence, and he was able to keep Tegan at first base. And then we went into, about an hour and 15-minute lightning delay or so. Chase Fuller on deck. That one gets away. 4th run of the ball game for Northern Virginia, 70 feet away now. Texas wins this one, they'll be the national champs. The men from Virginia, of course, coming out of the elimination bracket. The losers bracket, if you prefer. And so they will have to beat Texas twice here this evening and tonight if they're going to be the national titleists. Maybe the 2 best teams in pool play, despite the fact that Virginia had a loss. Of course, they have only 2 losses for the week. Virginia, I mean, one of which came to this very same Texas team. "3-2. In the dirt, and he walked him. Here's Chase Fuller. Fuller started the ball game on the mound for Virginia, Northern Virginia, Stars Futures, but got banged around a little bit in that first inning. They had to lift him, or the second inning as well. Ground ball down to third. Tremendous play. Get the one out at second. The turn, not in time. The throw also gets away from the first baseman. Fuller pops up, makes his way down to the second base bag. Run does score. 10-4 ball game. Goes a 6'4" fielder's choice. I think you can tell the kids are tired out there. We've seen some, how do you articulate it? I don't want to say shaky defense. Might be a little too negative towards the kids, and that's not what I mean. But you have seen some defense that is not as crisp as you normally would out of these two teams. How about that? That might be a little more fair. And a lot of these plays have been on throws, across the diamond, quick throws and trying to beat out a runner, things like that, rushed throws. Of course, you'll see a good bit of that in the 11U classification, but this is also a classification where kids are starting to make the turn, really maturing in their baseball acumen. Isaac Vidal to the plate now. Vidal with some power. The Virginians would love for him to get into one here. A long ball here would certainly change the complexion of the ball game. Big difference between 10-4 and 10-6. Left center field. That one going to fall in for a base hit. He might not get the four-sacker, but he will get himself an RBI single. Isaac Vidal drives in the fifth run of the ball game for the Northern Virginians. And they're back to within 5. Good piece of hitting. Here comes Coach, and it looks like he'll be making a change. We'll take the break with him. Come back with details on the other side. Usry stays in the ball game. Ball bears in on the knees of Zach Tavares. Zach an RBI single last inning. Well, these two teams are just running through the lineup, aren't they? Allen bounces up there. Vidal going to make his way into scoring position. Virginia sent 4 men to the plate in the first, did not score. But the 9 men to the plate in the second scored 3 runs. Allen bounces up there and he lost him. 4-pitch walk. Oh boy. Yeah, Virginia, 4 men to the plate in the first inning, did not score. But the 9 to the plate in the second inning, plated 3 runs. They're about to send their 7th man to the plate here in the third inning, where they've already scored 2 runs and have 2 more men on the base paths. Meanwhile, of course, Texas has come to the plate in the bottom of the first and the bottom of the second. And they've already had 19 at-bats. "19 at-bats. Man alive. Sent 8 men to the plate in the first inning, did Texas. And then 11 at-bats. Jake Usry batted twice in the second. 5 runs in each inning. And now we'll have the pitching change. And this time we'll take the break with them. C.J. Smith has now climbed the hill for Texas. 42 on his back. Pill in his left hand, kicks and fires. Fastball for a strike on the outside corner. Smith to face Luke Gladchuck. 10th place man in the lineup. That doesn't mean he's not productive, though. This kid's a good little player, left fielder, slick fielder, fast, good slap hitter. And this one, of course, he lashes into right field for a base hit. Will they wave the lead runner? Yes. And we may have ourselves a play at the plate. Feet first slide and safe. Luke Gladchuck with his second RBI hit. Both singles in consecutive innings. Another run comes across for Northern Virginia, and it's 10-6. Stayed back on it. Gorgeous swing, Luke. Boy, both of these teams, I love both of these teams. This is really fun to watch. The talent level of these two teams. Here's Jared Grindlinger. He too with 2 singles in the ball game. Grindlinger with his 3rd at-bat of the ball game already. We're in the top of the 3rd. That's when you know you've seen some offense. He is the leadoff man, so you'll see it every once in a while, but still 3 at-bats in 3 innings. Bounces up there. Both men advance. Right now you got a coach in that Northern Virginia dugout saying, look, I won't ask for any more runs if you could just let us get one more hit and get a run or 2 across. Baseball superstition, you don't want to get too stingy. And of course, if you're Texas, you're saying to yourself, just relax. There are 2 men out. Of course, there is a 3-0 count on Grindlinger. Will he come with the automatic? No, sir. Smith kind of overthrew that ball a little bit. I think CJ might have been trying to muscle up on that fastball and gun it right down the middle, but muscle up on it just in case Grindlinger was planning on swinging. Not sure that he would have been. But Jared on the base paths for the 3rd time in 3 at-bats. And here's Moritz. all of a sudden, you're a grand slam away from a tie ball game. Normally you don't say that in the grand old game of baseball, but at this level you can, well, it's realistic. Especially because we've seen the ball flying deep here today. The warm air of Metro Atlanta, the ball's been either flying out or flying deep. 2-1. Moritz with a sacrifice bunt in the first inning, retired 5-3, and then he was hit by a pitch in the second with the bases loaded. Well, that's the third time that Smith has thrown a pitch and his hat's come flying off. 2-2 count. 2 out. Bases loaded. Off the corner, but just as importantly, Taylor wanted to try to frame it, but it popped out of his glove. So 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, bases loaded. And the pitch from Smith with everybody moving, and he's walked in a run. Can you believe this inning? Four in the frame, and it's 10-7. Now it's Moritz at second. Moritz at first. Grindlinger at second. And Gladchuck at third. And here comes Juan Rivera. Rivera in the 3-hole, like his counterpart in the 3 spot for Texas. Both kids with considerable power. Smith kicks and fires, and that one bounces up there. C.J. Smith is overthrowing just a tad here. That's got to be the 5th ball that he's bounced right in front of the plate that Taylor has been able to stop or not been able to stop. That one stays high. 2-0 count. Again, that's the big thing. We talked about it before we went to break a little while ago. Pitching at this point in the week, starting to get thin. Stays high. It is 3-0. If Rivera were able to draw a walk, and by the way, he's the 10th man to bat in the inning, then the tying run would move into scoring position. Lefty deals. And he poured it in for a strike. So we should expect action on 3-1 here. Runners their lead. And here it comes. Bounced it up there, walked him, and another run is in. Absolutely nuts. 11th man to come to the plate in the inning. Jose Rodriguez Dubron. The kids from Texas take it upon themselves to all meet on the mound and have a chat with each other. Give CJ a few words of encouragement. 5 runs across the plate here in the visitors' half of the 3rd inning, and now Corey Gafford going to come out and have a conversation with his lefty as well. Well, this has been a wild ball game so far. Northern Virginia goes scoreless in the top half of the 1st. We will have ourselves a pitching change. Northern Virginia goes scoreless in the top half of the 1st inning. The perennial powers The Banditos black. Texas, the #1 seed, comes out and gets 5 runs immediately in the bottom of the first. And a lot of you who follow travel baseball, you think to yourself, well, that might be it already. But then Stars Futures does a great job of coming out and getting 3 runs in the second inning to get it to 5-3. And you say, all right, this team is as advertised. They're right back in it. Then Texas, Banditos black, well, trying to reestablish their dominance. Score 5 more runs in the second inning. So now it's 10-3. And you think to yourself, yeah, well, that's about what I thought. And now Northern Virginia has come back out and answered the bell once more. In this top half of the third inning, they've scraped across. They've pounded the baseball at times. They've shown a keen eye and drawn a bunch of walks in this inning. I'll get you the numbers here in just a moment. But they put 5 runs across the plate in this top half of the third inning, and it's a 10-8 ball game. Five walks and 3 hits in the inning. 5 walks and 3 hits in the inning. Jordan Schoenvogel, the right-hander, a new man on the mound for Texas, charged with the task of trying to hold on to the lead. Now, a lead that is in danger of falling with a simple base hit. Jose Rodriguez Dubront. Imagine, he started this inning with a fly out to center field. High pop that'll get out of play. In fact, that's part of the big storyline of this inning. Rodriguez Dubront started the inning with a fly out. Colangelo doubled. Leach walked. And then remember that Fuller hit into a fielder's choice. So 2 men were on and 2 men were out, and no one had crossed the plate. That's when the barrage of scoring started. Again, there were 2 men on and 2 men out, and the scoring started from there for Northern Virginia. The pitch from Schoenvogel stays high. 3-1 count. Three consecutive walks. Each of the last 2 have plated runs. Here's the 3-1, and he lost him. 3 consecutive walks with the bases loaded, and it's 10-9. The game of baseball. Every day you see something different. Here's Colangelo. Chase was the first man to reach in the inning. This is incredible. So Rodriguez Dubront at first, Rivera at second, Moritz is at third now. Grindlinger, the man who just crossed the plate. Colangelo with a chance to give his team the lead. Inside corner for a strike. The way these 2 teams are producing action, I'm going to have my voice cut out on me by the 5th inning. Center field? No, sir. Caught by the second baseman back behind the second base bag, and Texas will hold on to their lead, even if precarious. 6 runners cross the plate in the third. We'll put together some numbers on that third inning and tell you all about it when we come back. It's 10-9 now. Texas on top of Virginia in the national championship game. Texas to the plate, bottom half of the third inning. Brand new ball game now. Deep drive, right field. But that one kind of hangs up there for the right fielder. That was Jackson McKnight. McKnight with a walk and a run scored previous to that at-bat. Now with an F9, and we're back to the top of the order. Colson Cahal. At least that was a pronunciation I was given before. Somebody was telling us a moment ago that I think somebody was telling us in the chat on Facebook Live that might not be the pronunciation for Colson's last name. They were telling us it was Cahill? And we'll have to get that verified with somebody. I do apologize, of course, if we're mispronouncing his last name. That was the information that was given to us, quite obviously. I don't make this stuff up. I'm not talented enough. And I also would never want to mispronounce one of these kids' names. You don't know a guy who loves calling youth sports as much as I do. Last thing I want to do is mess up some young guy's name. I hear from these kids all the time out here at the park about how thrilled they are to be on a broadcast. We get it all the time. Colson off the end of the bat, caught at third. Oh, a tremendous play by the third baseman, Jose Rodriguez Dubron. So the Texas shortstop retired on a P5. Here's Alex Hernandez, the second baseman, hit into a fielder's choice in the first and walked in the second inning. I always hate finding out if we mispronounced a kid's name or had a number wrong. And, of course, all that information is given to us as we come in to call these games at the beginning of the week. And sometimes things get lost in translation or mixed up in the paperwork, and kids will get different jerseys when they get on site. I ordered a medium. Well, all we've got is a medium in this number, and so they'll make the change, things like that. Then we're never told that information and end up calling somebody by the wrong name. You hate stuff like that. 3-2 count, 2 men gone. Neither team has been retired in a 1-2-3 inning in this ball game, by the way. If they get this final out and get a 1-2-3 inning, Northern Virginia, watch the boost of energy that'll go through these kids. At short, Fuller guns him down. There it is. Look at the boost of energy out of these young men. 1-2-3 goes Texas in the third. 1-run game. Cue shot back into the screen. And we're underway with the top half of the fourth inning. Halfway through the 2020 Travel Ball Select 11U National Championship. Remember, this ball game in the 11U classification that is scheduled for 6 innings, just 6 innings in this championship game at this age group. So we are now into the back half of the ball game, the second half of the ball game. Texas, the home team. The Banditos, black. Stars, Futures, Northern Virginia, the road team. Ground ball. Right back to the pitcher. Does a good job of keeping his composure, even though that one kind of nicked him a little bit. Might have smarted. But it's still a good job by Schoenvogel of staying with it. And retiring the hitter. So Leach retired 1-3 and retired for the first time in the ball game this evening after a single and a walk. And here's Fuller. Chase with a fly out to left field, and he's hit into a fielder's choice. Righty kicks and fires. Outside corner, a strike. 1-1 count. For Northern Virginia, a donut in the first, 3 in the second, 6 in the third. Your scoring line. Again, these young men at the plate, the Stars Futures. Nothing in the first, 3 in the second, 6 in the third. Meanwhile, for Texas, Banditos black, 5 in both the first and second innings, and then a scoreless bottom of the third. 2-2 count. Fastball stays high. Fuller does a good job of not offering. Isaac Vidal on deck with 1 man out. Will he hit the plate with the bases clean and 2 men out? Or will Fuller be patrolling the base paths? Sun's starting to set here in Metro Atlanta. Ground ball once again to Schoenvogel. And he'll retire his second batter. Another 1-3 put out. Leach and Fuller gone in the 6th and 7th spots in the lineup. That's a couple of big early outs to start the inning. And here's the aforementioned Isaac Vidal. Singled in the first inning. Reached second base on an error by the left fielder. He also singled last inning. That one driving in a run, and he went on to score a run. In fact, he scored 2 runs in this ball game now. So a good ball game for Vidal. 2 singles, 2 runs scored, and an RBI. This is his 3rd at-bat in as many innings. At third. Step up, pat the glove a couple of times, and another 1-2-3 inning. How about that? With all the offense that we've seen in this ball game today, both teams go 1-2-3 in consecutive half innings. The bottom of the 4th is coming up next. Francisco Soria, C.J. Smith, Shea Holiday. Numbers 3, 4, and 5, middle of the lineup for Texas, bottom of the fourth. Sitting on a one-run lead now. This has been a wild ball game if you're just tuning in. Championship game in the 11U classification for Travel Ball Select here in 2020. I'm your host, Chris Mooneyham from the Fan 680 and 93.7 FM here in Atlanta. Thanks for joining us. Soria, two-run home run in the first inning, and he was intentionally walked in the second. Now behind 1-2. We're broadcasting live from Lake Point Sports in Metro Atlanta. Lake Point Sports, the premier youth sports destination in the country where the top baseball players from around America come to play on their 8 all-turf, major league-sized baseball fields. State-of-the-art live streaming, video-on-demand technology. Learn more about this beautiful 1,300-acre campus at lakepointsports.com. That's lakepointsports.com. Soria waits from a 1-2. Hey, he's nearly caught on the belt buckle. Count even. Nico Moritz dropped down a 1-2-3 inning against this powerful Texas lineup. The last time he saw him, and here he's dropped the backwards K on the big slugger from Texas. Soria gone. Well, probably too close to take. Whether you like the call or not, yeah. You know, whether you like the call or not, too close to take with two strikes in a national title game. C.J. Smith now, who takes ball one. Of course, this could be the first, as I've mentioned a couple of times, the first of 2 national championship games. If Virginia wins it, then we'll play another for the title. And then the winner of that would be the champion. At short, this is Fuller. High throw. Gets through the first baseman. Smith made the turn. He'll have to get back to the second base bag, or the first base bag, I beg your pardon. Very wisely, the first base coach does a great job of coaching him up and saying, son, you got to get back to that bag because you made the turn towards second base. For any of you youngsters watching out there, remember that. You get down to first and you make that turn towards second base, you've now committed to the bag. And at that point, first baseman can pick up that baseball in foul territory and come over and tag you for the out. You either got to commit to second or get back to the first base bag. Smith will reach on an E6. And here's Shea Holiday. Holiday a strikeout in the first, and he reached on an E5 in the second. He fouls that one back. So as I mentioned, Virginia wins here, comes back and wins this ball game. We'll play again tonight for the national crown. Texas either holds on to this win or find some way to win this ball game here this evening. They will be the national titleists. Moritz kicks and fires. That ball low. Tough to dig out. Throw down to second, not in time. That went short hopped to Rivera at the plate. Not a bad throw, just not in time. Smith with amazing speed. We saw him put it on display in the first inning. Oh, and this one gets away. Pass ball that hit off the fingertips of the mitt belonging to Rivera. Smith immediately making his way down to third. Now 70 feet away from scoring. And a hit batter. How about that? Holiday hit by a pitch. So 2 men on with 1 man out. It's Smith in third and Holiday at first. And here's Gafford. Caleb Gafford. He's had a good ball game. Coach's kid. Single in the first. Scored a run. Let's double check that, make sure I've got that right. Yes, indeed. Singled in the first and scored a run. And then he walked in the second with the bases loaded, thereby driving in a run. So Caleb Gafford, 1 for 1 in the ball game with a single, a run scored, an RBI, and a walk. Temperatures slowly starting to drop as we now hit 8 o'clock exactly. Eastern time here in Metro Atlanta. And by temperature dropping, I mean at heat index, it feels like 92 degrees out there right now. Ground ball. Got the 1. Try for 2. Safe. And a run scores. Gafford hits into the fielder's choice. He'll reach the base paths. Holiday's erased off the base paths on the 4-6 force. Meanwhile, Smith comes down from third and plates the 11th run of the ball game for Texas. We're back to live action now. Murrett set. Lefty deals. A fastball that stays high to Cash Clayton. Cash with a big at-bat in the first inning. He walked. Oh, throw gets away. Runner going to break for the second base bag, and now head back toward first base. 1-0 count. Clayton also hit into a force play in the second inning. Well, we thought we were going to have to start talking about run rule, didn't we? This was once a 10-3 ball game in favor of Texas. Northern Virginia has come storming back. Of course, we still got a long way to go. 2-1 count. Runner dancing off of first base with 2 men out. And that one shot into right field. That ball's going to get down and split the outfielders. Oh, good job by cutting it off by the right fielder to hold that 12th run at third base. Caleb Gafford has to pull up at the third base bag. Cash Clayton has himself a single. Second time he's been on the base paths in this ball game. That was a tremendous play by the right fielder to choose the right angle on this ball. Never thought about catching it in the air. Never thought about corralling it on the fly. Instead, I think that was Luke Gladchuck out in right field now. They switch him out to right? I believe they did. Liner at second. Inning over. 1 run does come across in the frame for Banditos Black from Texas, but for all intents and purposes, that might have been a victorious inning even more for Northern Virginia. Just a 2-run game. Top half of the fifth inning here from the Lake Point Sports Complex in Emerson, Georgia, northwest portion of the metro Atlanta area. Zach Tavares to lead things off, ninth place man in the lineup. Not for lack of talent. Luke Gladchuk, the 10th place man, hitting behind him. Matter of fact, not to just so you don't think I'm trying to say something overly positive about the kids in the back of the lineup. That's not the way this works in travel ball. Some of these leagues and some of these teams and some of these levels, the worst hitters are at the bottom of the lineup. Yeah, that's not the case necessarily with travel ball select at short. In fact, that's the first time that Tavares has been kept from the base paths in this ball game. 6-3 putout, but he drove in a run with a hit in the second, and he walked in the third and scored a run. He's had a good ball game. Defensively as well, by the way. Luke Gladchuk now, speaking of which. Gladchuk, a couple of hits in the ball game, both singles, and he's plated 2 runs. He scored once. Gladchuk has had himself quite the ball game. Actually, you know what? Check that. Gladchuk has scored twice. Yes, indeed. Let me make sure I've got that right now. He did not score in that second inning. I stand corrected. I had it right the first time. Oh, a pop and great range by the shortstop coming over and making the play there. Colson Cahal. Or Cahill, as someone instructed us on the Facebook Live chat. Gosh, I hope we've got that right. Gladchuk is retired on the pop-up. Here's Jared Grindlinger. Jared, man alive, has he been busy as well. Single in the first, single in the second, walk in the third. Swing and a miss. We're going to get ourselves another 1-2-3 inning. Of course, if that happens, that'll be 6 consecutive, or 7 consecutive, set down by Texas pitchers. It would be the second consecutive 1-2-3 inning. Lights are on here on field 14 now. You can probably start to see the difference in lighting on your screen. Things have changed a little bit. Kick and fire for Schoenvogel, and he walked him. So no 1-2-3 inning this time. And the tying run makes its way to the plate. That'll prompt a visit and perhaps a pitching change. Corey Gafford coming out to have a meeting with his team. I don't know that he's making the change. Well, maybe he is. He might be directing traffic here, telling his guys where he wants them to go. No, sir. Well, he might have been directing traffic, but he might have been trying to set up his defense and not. Sometimes you'll see a coach come out there in that type of conversation. He's saying, look, I want you to come in and pitch. You're going to go out to left. You're going to take shortstop, one of those deals. But that's not the case here. 2 men gone. Top of the 5th. Northern Virginia down to their final 4 outs of the national championship. Schoenvogel kicks and fires. And it's fouled down the left field line and out of play by Nico Moritz. A ground out, a pop-up, and then a walk in the inning. 11-9 ball game in the national championship game. Or maybe, if the boys in red can rally, the first of 2. Left field. That is a fair ball down into the corner. Grindlinger headed for the third base bag. That will be a ground rule double, and now the tying runs are in scoring position. Jared Grindlinger. Nico Moritz, I beg your pardon, comes up with the double. Grindlinger's at the third base bag now. And here comes Juan Rivera, the scheduled hitter anyway, as the potential lead run. Again, this is a 6-inning ball game. I always love to keep mentioning that because we know we'll have a lot of uncles and aunties joining the broadcast, grandmamas and grandpapas tuning in from across the country. This is a 6-inning ball game. Schoenvogel kicks and fires. And that one in the dirt. Good stop behind the plate by Taylor. Colby, a good backstop. Pretty good framer as well. He might have bought a strike right there. Rivera one swing away from the lead. In the dirt. 2-1 count. 2 balls, 1 strike. 2 men out and 2 men on. Both of whom are in scoring position. A base hit could tie the ball game. Of course, the runners will be off with the ping of the bat. 3-1. Don't want to pitch around him, I suppose, if you're Texas, but you don't want to give him any meat to hit either. Rodriguez Dubron on deck, and here comes the 3-1. He did walk in. The ball gets away. Here comes another run for Northern Virginia. And oh, by the way, Moritz is now down at the second base or the third base bag. Tying run is 70 feet away. Courtesy runner Rivera will check out. Yogi Colangelo will check in to courtesy run there. You got to look at him at first. Good speed. And here is the aforementioned Jose Rodriguez Dubron. 0 for 2 with a walk and an RBI. Ground out, fly out. Walked with the bases loaded in the third. In fact, he was to the plate twice in the third inning. Runner going from the first base bag. They'll fake the throw instead or go right back into Schoenvogel on the mound. And now the potential lead run is down at second base. There he is, 8 on his back. Yogi with a good lead and great socks. Bounced up there. Tying run to the plate. And it all started with 2 men out. After a ground out and a pop out, it's a walk, a double, a walk, throw in a couple of wild pitches, allowing runners to score, and we are tied at 11 in the 5th in the national championship game. What a wild one. And now the potential lead run is down at third. Schoenvogel set to the belt and deals. And it's drilled into right center field and deep. Watch it fly away. A 2-run home run off the bat of Jose Rodriguez Dubron. And Northern Virginia has come storming out of the gate with 2 men out in the 5th inning to plate 4 runs and rally to the lead. I think he knew it was headed out. Well, have you got a late night snack? We still got a long way to go, but now that has become far more of a possibility. Look at this swing by Rodriguez Dubron. 13-11. Now Chase Colangelo, who has started with a strike. Oh, what a ball game. Two men out and nobody on the base paths. Left field. Comes in, has the catch, and that will be the inning. But as I mentioned, there were two men out and there was no one on, and I started to pontificate, would we see another 1-2-3 inning? Well, after that, a walk, a double, another walk, a couple of wild pitches allowing runs to score, and it's all punctuated by the two-run home run from Jose Rodriguez Dubron. 4 in the frame, and a two-run game. Last time these two teams got together, way back, and I mean way, way back. I'm going to take you in the way back machine to 10:30 this morning, which feels like, and instead of 12 hours ago, it feels like it was about 22 hours ago. These two teams played a classic, tremendous 9-8 ball game that Texas won. Zach Tavares is on to pitch now from Northern Virginia. And Shan Vogel will take his spot in the lineup. His first at-bat of the ball game. Usry will finish, by the way, 1 for 2 with a single, a stolen base, and a ground out. Shan Vogel's first at-bat. He'll be followed by Jackson McKnight, the third baseman, and then we'll get back to the top of the order. He drives one foul and out of play, 2-2 count still. Zach Tavares is now the man on the mound for Northern Virginia as they sit with a 2-run lead, and now they can begin the countdown of outs. 6 away from forcing a winner-take-all championship game, which we will broadcast, is what I've been told. We will have that ball game here on Facebook Live. Unless something changes, and it always can. Schedules have to be fluid in this environment with the weather and the young people. Remember, here's something nobody ever tells you about. People fly into town. They got to get out of town. They got planes to catch. Tickets they can't get switched. So sometimes things like that happen. We have to move games and move fields and things of that nature. But it looks like if Northern Virginia wins this ball game and we're forced into a winner-take-all final ball game for the 11U National Championship, that ball game should be broadcast with yours truly here on Facebook Live. And don't forget, fans, the baseball games here at Lake Point are available also for streaming devices via Lake Point Live. Powered by PlaySite, the state-of-the-art live streaming and video-on-demand service. Lake Point Live makes viewing baseball games and players easier for coaches, scouts, and all fans. Fastball stays high. McKnight with a walk in the second. He later came around to score a run. Was retired on a fly out to the right fielder in the third. This is third at-bat of the ball game. Every Texas player has reached in some form or fashion via either a hit, a walk, or an HBP. Every Texas player. Dropped it in. 3-1 count. The old automatic poured in by Tavares, and now the at-bat gets back into reality. Not quite the same story for Northern Virginia. This one shot into right. That ball's got a chance to fall, and it does for a base hit in front of the right fielder. Great job of base running. I mean, a tremendous job of base running by the man at first base. That was not Schanvogel, by the way. Schanvogel checked out of the ball game, and a courtesy runner was inserted for him. That was Janelle Rodriguez once again. Rodriguez, I'll tell you, for those of you that don't know the game, it's going to be hard for me to explain, but for those of you who had a good look at the base running by Rodriguez there, that was a tremendous job because that ball gets hung up. So your job, if you're Rodriguez, is to go, well, you got to know your own speed. So you got to know just about how far you can go in case that ball drops in for you to be able to make it to second base because you got to get there. And Rodriguez did a tremendous job of going just far enough to where when that ball dropped, and it did drop just in front of the right fielder, he would have had the time to either get back to first base if it was caught or get to second base as the lead run. So McKnight will reach on the single following the walk to Schanvogel. Schanvogel's spot, courtesy run for by Janelle Rodriguez. Schanvogel doesn't come out of the ball game. It's just a courtesy runner for pitchers and catchers. We'll see it oftentimes. And we're back to the top of the order. Colson Cahill. Off-speed pitch and a beaut. Dropped it on the outside corner. Look at that job by Rodriguez. Could you see Rodriguez running off of your screen from that angle? That's because he took the third base bag. As the catcher and pitcher kind of fell asleep on him. They weren't watching him. So run number 12 potentially for Banditos Black is 70 feet away. Tying run on the base paths. Nobody out. Colson with one hit in the ball game already. Time call. Rivera going to go out and have a couple of words for his right-handed battery mate. Sweeps outside. Stays high, maybe a little outside as well. 2-1 count. Sun setting back behind the stadium. Down the first base line. Behind the clouds, now behind the trees. Temperature will slowly start to drop. Still with a heat index between about 85 and 90. But it'll start to slowly drop. Or continue to drop, that is. Park starting to empty out slowly as games are ending. Championships are being decided all across the park, and now we're down to just a couple of fields. Ground ball at first. Step on the bag. Throw down to second. They will not get the force down at second base. Run does come across to score. That's Rodriguez. It's a 13-12 ball game now. And the tying run moves into scoring position. Three unassisted. Hit into by the leadoff man for Texas. And here's Alex Hernandez. Again, the lead run at the plate. If he could pop one out of here. Been on base once, walked in the second. Or I suppose if you want to be precise, he's been on the base twice as he hit into a fielder's choice in the first. There you see McKnight. 22 on his back. 5 checks him. The cat and mouse game. Still just one man out. You know McKnight would love to get to the third base bag. So now that's something that both Rivera and Tavares will think about. Don't want to spike one. Don't want to let one get away from you. Both of these young men, the battery mates, have to do their job. Don't want McKnight, if you're Stars Futures, from getting to third base with one man out. Then you'd be a fly ball away from potentially tying the game. Here comes the 0-1. On the corner. What a great pitch. It took a little something off there. So now, Hernandez will have to battle. And he popped it up. Deep second base, right fielder coming over. Center fielder instead makes the call and the catch. So an F8 for Hernandez for the second out of the inning. A walk, a single, a 3 unassisted, and then an F8. And now Soria has been intentionally walked to avoid his power, as he would have been, of course, the lead run. 2 men out and 2 men on. And here's C.J. Smith. C.J. scored twice in the ball game. Singled back in the first. The courtesy runner going to be employed by Banditos Black. Soria will check out. We'll get you the number on the courtesy runner at first. First chance we get. Smith takes a strike. 0-1. Another gorgeous pitch dropped in by Tavares. Looks a little too hard to be a change or a breaking ball, curve ball. Wonder if he's throwing a slider. That one stays high. Caleb Cardenas is the courtesy runner down at first. Thank you, Amy. Fastball sweeps outside. 2-1 count. The last thing you want to do here if you're Tavares as walk a man. Then you'd put the lead run in scoring position. Obviously, if you're C.J. Smith, you're saying, come on, eye of the tiger. Don't offer it anything that's not close. Smith laid off that high fastball. The one that's so hard for kids to lay off of in the 11U classification. He's laid off 2 in a row, and he's earned himself a 3-1 count. Tavares set. Check the runner at second. Now deals. And that one smoked into deep left field. That ball carrying back and beyond the reach of the left fielder. It'll hop over the left field wall for a ground rule double. The game is tied at 13, and they will hold the back runner at third base. RBI double, C.J. Smith. His first run batted in this championship game, and it's 13 apiece. Oh. What was that, about 2 inches of difference? Here's Shea Holiday. Strikeout, reached underneath 3, hit by a pitch. That's the scorecard for the right-handed hitting Holiday. 2 men out, trying to give his team the lead. Right side and foul, 1-1 count. I'll remind you again, 6-inning ball game in this national championship. So if Texas could scrape across a run, they would know they would be 3 outs away from the title. Roddy deals. Ground ball at first. Fielded. Step on the bag, and we're headed to the 6th inning, tied at 13. In the 2020 Travel Ball Select 11U National Championship. Well, this has been a classic. 6th inning, potentially the final frame. 2020 Travel Ball Select 11U National Championship game. We've seen some great ball games throughout the years. Travel Ball Select. Amy Walker, our producer director in charge of things. We've been coming out here for how many years, Amy? 2000, oh gosh, 8? 8 years, 7 years? 6 or 7 probably. Something like that. We probably called a couple 100 games or so. Long, long time. And this is right there among the best you'll see. It's been a wild ball game as we make our way to the top of the 6th. Stars Futures from Northern Virginia, led by Mike Colangelo, trying to force another ball game later on tonight. Shortstop, out number 1. Tegan Leach is retired. Tegan's had himself a good ball game. 1 for 3 with a walk and a single. He's down 6-3 on the ground out to start the 6th. Chase Fuller now. Chase hitting to a fielder's choice. Has a fly out. And he was a retired pitcher to first on a ground out as well. Takes fastball high. This has been a wild one if you're just tuning in. I mean a wild one. Shane Vogel's 1-0 stays high. Northern Virginia went scoreless top half of the first inning. Banditos Black from Texas scored 5 in the first to take a 5-0 lead. Northern Virginia came right back in the second inning, got 3 runs, got back in it. Now it's 5-4, and then Texas came back in that very next half inning to score 5 more. And so now it's 10-3, and you're saying, oh, baby, we might have ourselves a blowout in the championship game. Well, Northern Virginia answered, and they answered quickly. The very next half inning, they then scored 6 runs, and it was 10-9. Fuller has drawn himself a walk with 1 man out in the inning. So it was 10-9 going to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Each team went scoreless in their next half inning. Fast forward to the bottom of the 4th. Texas scored another run to make it 11-9. And then the last half inning that Northern Virginia had at the plate, in the top of the 5th, they scored 4 runs to claim a 13-11 lead. And then, well, as you've now ascertained, in the last half inning that Texas had, the bottom of the 5th, they plated 2 runs and tied the ball game back up. So again for Northern Virginia, nothing in the first, 3 in the second, 6 in the third, nothing in the 4th, 4 in the 5th. Meanwhile for Texas, 5 in the first and the second, 5 in each frame. Nothing in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th. Isaac Vidal. Waits the delivery from Shane Vogel. And it's a strike. 1-1 count. Isaac singled, scored a run in the second. He singled, drove in a run, and scored a run in the 3rd. And he was retired on a ground out to the 3rd baseman to win the 4th. The only 1-2-3 inning for Northern Virginia coming in that 4th inning. One 1-2-3 inning for Texas as well. The offensive numbers in this one astounding. Line into right field. That ball going to fall in for a base hit. Right fielder comes up with it. Fuller headed for the 3rd base bag. They're going to hold him up with 1 man out. They're at the corners. Ground out to start the inning. Walk to Fuller and a great at-bat. And now a single by Vidal has pushed Fuller over to the 3rd base bag, 70 feet away from scoring the potential lead run. Courtesy runner coming on. Yogi Colangelo. Shane Vogel looks in for the sign that he likes and finds it. His first offering to Zach Tavares is ball one. And while that's unfolding, Colangelo steals the second base bag. Zach Tavares, RBI single, walk, 2 runs scored, ground out on his ledger as well. Tavares, of course, the man on the mound right now for Northern Virginia. If he could play to run here, he could put himself in line for the win on the mound and maybe have the game-winning hit. He waits for a 2-0. 2-1. Gladchuck on deck. These two guys at the bottom of the order have been so good. Tavares and Gladchuck both on base twice in the affair. Kick and fire. Out of play. Counts run even at 2-2. And if you throw Vidal in there, who just reached on a base hit, you're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 singles and a walk between the bottom 3 men in the lineup. 6 singles, a walk, 5 runs scored, and 4 RBI. Man alive. 2-2. Bounces up there to the screen, and Northern Virginia takes the lead. Colangelo moves down to the third base bag. Let's take another look at it. Spiked it. That one caught the front of the plate and hopped up like it was bounced on cement. Another one that bounces up there. It'll be ball 4, drawing the base on balls, but Colangelo will score easily. 2 in the 6th. It's 15-13. And here's Luke Gladchuck. That might be the end of it for Shane Vogel. We'll tell you who's coming up next after this. Colson in the ball game. First pitch, trying to get out of it. Not yet. Well, that one kind of knuckled on the second baseman. Kind of kicked away from him. Watch him try to smother this ball. took a funny hop. That was Cardenas. Caleb Cardenas has checked into the ball game at second base. Colson Cahall or Cahill. Jared Grindlinger. Jared with 2 hits and 2 walks. He's been on base 4 times. Now the ultimate leadoff man, isn't he? Base hit in the first. Base hit in the second. Walked and scored a run in the third. Walked and scored a run in the fifth. If you're Northern Virginia, well, you'd love just one more, wouldn't you? 3-run lead, far different than a 2-run lead. I mean, you'd love 10 here, but you know what I'm getting at. He walked him. Mercy. 4th walk of the inning. Here comes Corey Gafford to have a conversation with his right-hander. On the flip side, if you're Texas, you're saying to yourself, look, we can make up a 2-run deficit far easier than 3 or 4. I know that sounds obvious, and you say, well, yeah, no kidding, it's more runs. But I mean the statistical jump, the chances of you going from 2 to 3, pretty big. Still just one man retired in the inning. Northern Virginia really stepping up late here offensively. 4 in the 5th, and 2 here in the 6th. Outside corner to Nico Moritz. Bases loaded. 1 man gone. It's not the worst situation if you're a Texas fan. Force at every base. It's a beautiful situation if you're a Northern Virginia fan. And it's shot into left field for a base hit. It'll be a base-by-base, station-to-station situation. Run comes across to score. RBI hit by Moritz. It'll be his 2nd run batted into the ball game. He's on the base pads for the 4th time tonight. Check that 3rd RBI of the ball game. He scored twice with a single, a double, a walk. And he's also been hit by a pitch. And now if you're Texas, you're in, well, I hate to say it, but a little bit of trouble here with Rivera and then Rodriguez Dubront on deck. Rivera at the plate. Rodriguez Dubront on deck. Nowhere to put either man, so you have to pitch to them. The base is loaded and still just 1 man out. Oh my. Did it hit him? Was he able to get out of the way? They'll say that it did. Rivera's hit by a pitch. He's not happy about it. He'll go take the first base bag. Or they'll actually lift him for a courtesy runner. Another run is forced in, of course. Rivera on base for the 3rd time, and here is Jose Rodriguez Dubront with the bases loaded. Last time we saw him, he was driving a ball high and deep. Into the Metro Atlanta evening. A 2-run home run that gave his team the lead. If he does that here, they'll be dancing on the sidewalks down here. Ground out, fly out, walk, 2-run homer. Off the outside corner. 1-2. Three-run lead for Northern Virginia. Any runs after this is icing on the cake, as they now know that they'll come out to the mound and into the field of play in the bottom of the 6th, 3 outs away from forcing a winner-take-all national championship game. 2-2. Expect something to happen here. To left and deep and foul. My goodness. This young man is in the zone. Three and two. Well, this will be interesting. You can't give him anything that he can scorch the earth with and drive in 4, but you can't just walk him again. Walk another man. The 3-2 is grounded foul. Three balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Bases loaded, top of the 6th. 3 across in the inning. Trying to add more to it. And he walked him. The usually tremendous Texas pitching staff, well, just looks like it's starting to run out of gas here in this national championship game. 17-13. Banditos black with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 walks in this inning alone, where they've also hit a batter and given up 2 base hits. Northern Virginia might be looking for the kill shot here in just a few moments. Here's Chase Colangelo. Colangelo, the 10th man to bat in the inning. We started this inning with a ground out to short by Tegan Leach. And he's on deck. The inning has gone like this. Leach with a ground out to short. Then Fuller with a walk. Vidal a single. Tavares, Gladchuk both walk, as did Grindlinger. Moritz singled. Rivera hit by a pitch. Rodriguez Dubront a walk. Swing and a miss here by Colangelo. And that's been your 9 men so far in the inning. Colangelo, a 1-for-3 evening. A ground out, a fly out, and a double. He scored a run following that double. In fact, his double was the fire starter in that 3rd inning, where they trailed 10-3. Colangelo's double was the igniter, or the ignition switch. Here he's down on strikes. This time swinging. And so Tegan Leach will get his second at-bat of the inning. Teagan a single, a couple of ground outs, and a walk. 4-run lead. Something off speed that swept outside. Off the corner once more, 2-0. Now, don't go anywhere. I know you want, being the last inning, but don't think this ball game's over either. Remember, you got one of the finest offensive teams in America wearing white and black here tonight. Even if this is a 4 or 5 run ball game headed to the bottom of the final inning, that doesn't necessarily mean it's over. Lost him. Forcing in another run. Mercy. 5th run of the inning here in the 6th. Chase Fuller now going to get his second at-bat of the inning. Chase was the first man to reach in this frame. Had a tremendous at-bat at the start of this inning. A battling at-bat. A lot of these walks in this inning from Banditos Black from Texas have been 4-pitch walks, 5-pitch walks, with a lot of pitches that haven't been close. That's not how the inning started, however. Fuller had a tremendous at-bat to start the inning. Taylor coming back on it, and he'll have no play. Now, this inning started with the offensive production started as Fuller had a tremendous at-bat where he battled to draw a walk. I talked about ignition switches. He was the ignition switch in this inning. A 5-run 6th frame. Deep drive, center field on a line and over the head of the center fielder, bouncing over the fence for a ground rule double. 2 runs will score, 2 will be in scoring position. It's 20-13. Fuller with a lash on a high fastball. That ball was smoked. He hit that ball so hard that Smith, who has tremendous speed, C.J. Smith, who's now at center field, didn't have time to get back on that ball. It was hit so hard. Isaac Vidal with the inning-ending ground out. But 7 runs in the inning. Bottom of the 6th coming up. Northern Virginia 3 outs away from forcing one more. What a wild one. Bottom half of the final inning. Perhaps, Maybe we'll get extra innings. Nobody? Yeah, there it is. I slowly see people starting to look at me like, you keep talking about extra innings, Mooneyham, and we're going to come after you. Bottom of the sixth. Thanks for joining us on Facebook Live. I'm Chris Mooneyham with a play-by-play story. Texas needs 7 to tie and 8 to win the national championship. What a wild ball game. Northern Virginia scored on a 46-yard touchdown pass in the 6th inning, kicked the extra point, and went up 20-13. Wait, what now? I kid because I care, of course. The Stars Futures from Northern Virginia score 7 runs in the top of the final frame just when you thought we'd seen it all in this ball game. Walks upon walks upon walks in the top of the final frame. That one sweeps outside. And it's 2-1. 17-3. The scoring run. We don't talk much about scoring runs in baseball, do we? As this one's fouled down the right side and out of play. By the way, Caleb Gafford at the plate right now. Caleb scored a run, driven in a run, got a single and a walk. We don't talk much about scoring runs in baseball for obvious reasons. But keep in mind that Texas once led this ball game 10-3. This is a 17-3 scoring run since the top half of the 3rd inning for Northern Virginia. 17-3. Stars Futures scoreless in the top of the 1st. Texas goes for 5 in the 1st, 5 in the 2nd. Northern Virginia, by the way, scored 3 in the 2nd, and so at that point, we had ourselves a 10-3 ball game, and people were starting to whisper, no disrespect intended to Stars Future, but people were starting to whisper about, run rule. Run rule, that's a funny conversation to think about now as far as we've come. Strike 3 called outside corner. Gafford gone on the backwards K. Now, of course, if Northern Virginia holds on to win this ball game, the kids from Virginia, Stars Future, if they hold on to this ball game and force a winner-take-all final national championship here, first things first, that ball game should take place no more than about 20 minutes first pitch after the conclusion of this one. It might even be a little bit tighter. The second thing that we ought to know, here's a strike, and now a 1-1 count to Cash Clayton. Cash a walk, scored a run, and he has a base hit on his scorecard as well. So a 1-for-2 day with a single and a walk. Must have been off the outside corner. Oh, they'll say it's high. I love when an umpire will tell us. He says it's high. 2-1 count. I'm hearing whispers of time limit for the second game. If we get there, which it feels like we will. But if we get to another championship game, I'm hearing whispers that game will fall under a time limit for the two teams. You don't want the kids playing too late. People want to get back to the hotel, get to sleep, and get out tomorrow to their planes. And that one kicks around and does not end up in the glove of Isaac Vidal. Now, of course, I'll keep you updated on all that when you join us for the deciding game of the national championships in the 11U classification, which again should take place no later, first pitch that is, at about 20 minutes after the conclusion of this ball game. Center field coming on and making the catch for second out of the inning. In the interim, all of you can go take a deep breath, get yourself a little late night snack, perhaps a drink. I'll go take a shot of adrenaline, hit the oxygen tank. Here's Colby Taylor. Eat 5 cough drops. Colby with a couple of hits. A run driven in as well. Retired one time as he lined out to the second baseman. That back in the 4th. 1 out away from a deciding game. Strike on the outside corner. Tavares on the verge of closing it out. Getting himself a win here in Metro Atlanta. Kick and fire. Outside corner. 1-2 count now. Two. Shane Vogel on deck. Roddy kicks and fires. And he lost him. "22 total walks in this ball game. 22 total walks in this ball game. What a number. Shane Vogel's second at-bat of the ball game. He walked, or I suppose I should be precise. This is his second plate appearance. He walked just last inning. Later came around to score the first run of that 5th inning. An inning where Texas put 2 on the board and tied the game at 13. This is turning into a 3-hour ball game, not counting the 3.5 hour. I'm sorry. No. Wait a minute. Math is not my friend. We may be closing in on 4 hours. My goodness, we've had some long ball games today. After the meeting, 2-1 count. Tavares kicks and fires. And a fastball stays right around the chin of Shane Vogel. 3-1. Last thing you want if you're Northern Virginia, walks with 2 men out and a 7-run lead. Off the outside corner. 23rd walk in this ball game. Kids are tired. Pitching's thin. What is the nightcap going to look like? We're going to be playing deep into the night tonight. My wife is going to be wondering where in the world I'm at. No, I'm only kidding. I keep her updated. Jackson McKnight. Strikeout, line out, couple of walks in this inning for Texas. McKnight, however, a walk, a flyout, and a single in that order on his scorecard. He's also scored twice. Tavares at the belt. A strike. Just below the letters. That was basically right down the heart of the plate. McKnight was either taking all the way or guessing wrong on that one. 1-1. Back into the screen, and now once again, Stars Futures from Virginia is one strike away from sending us to the winner-take-all. Right field. Caught by the right fielder, and that's your ball game. We'll give you a quick send out here and then send it to break. And don't forget, we'll be back, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 minutes or so for the winner-take-all national championship game between Virginia and Texas. 20-13, the final in this ball game. Virginia's Stars Futures over Banditos Black from the state of Texas. The championship game, the winner-take-all, coming up next. We'll see you a little bit later here on Facebook Live.